The morning had dawned grey over Hogwarts, the kind of grey that promised snow before nightfall. Elara Whitmore had noticed it during breakfast in the Great Hall, the way the enchanted ceiling mirrored the heavy clouds gathering outside, pressing down like a wool blanket. Now, 3 hours later, as she walked through Hogsmeade's cobbled streets with her friends, the first flakes were beginning to fall. Finally, breathed Parvati Mehta, a fellow fifth-year Ravenclaw, tilting her face upward to catch snowflakes on her eyelashes. I've been waiting for proper snow since November. Elara pulled her Ravenclaw scarf tighter, watching the flakes drift lazily down. They were small still, delicate things that melted almost immediately against the warming charm someone had cast over High Street's cobblestones. But there was something about the weight of the sky, the particular quality of the cold, that made her uneasy. "Looks like it might be more than you bargained for," said Marcus Pemberton, adjusting his Hufflepuff scarf as he squinted at the clouds. Marcus had grown up on a farm in Yorkshire. He knew weather the way Elara knew books. "My gran always said, when the wind goes quiet before the snow, you're in for a proper dumping." "Excellent," said Oliver Catchpole cheerfully, shoving his hands deeper into his pockets. The Gryffindor 6th year had attached himself to their group sometime during 3rd year and never quite left. More dramatic atmosphere for Butterbeer. Very seasonal. They turned onto the path leading to the 3 broomsticks, and Elara felt the familiar flutter of both anticipation and anxiety that had been her constant companion since term began. These Hogsmeade weekends were supposed to be respite, a break from the relentless pressure of OWLs looming at year's end. But lately, she couldn't seem to stop her mind from cataloguing all the things she should be doing instead. Transfiguration practice, another pass through her potions notes, memorizing the 12 uses of dragon's blood. Her mother's last letter sat heavy in her bag. "Your father and I expect excellence, darling. The Whitmores have always distinguished themselves. 5 outstandings minimum, naturally. The 3 broomsticks came into view, its windows already glowing gold against the darkening afternoon. Smoke curled from its chimney, and even from here, Elara could hear the buzz of conversation and laughter spilling out each time the door opened. Students clustered outside, finishing conversations before heading in, their breath forming clouds in the increasingly frigid air. "Right then," Oliver said, reaching for the door handle. "Let's get warmed up properly." The heat hit them first, wonderful, encompassing warmth that seemed to wrap around Elara like a physical embrace. Then came the noise, the press of bodies, the rich smell of butterbeer and wood smoke, and the faint underlying sweetness of Madame Rosmerta's famous mulled mead. The pub was packed, every table occupied, students from all 4 houses crammed together in the kind of forced proximity that only happened on Hogsmeade weekends. Madame Rosmerta stood behind the bar, her auburn hair pinned up, but already escaping in curling tendrils around her face. She moved with practiced efficiency, pulling drinks, taking coin, offering a word here and a laugh there. When she caught sight of their group, she gestured toward the back with her free hand. "You might squeeze in by the fire if you're lucky," she called over the din. "Getting crowded earlier than usual today. Everyone wants to be inside before that weather turns." They navigated through the crowd, murmuring apologies as they squeezed past tables. Elara recognized faces from every year, every house. A cluster of second-year Slytherins giggling over butterscotch fancies, a group of seventh-year Hufflepuffs engaged in what looked like serious discussion, probably about NEWTs. Near the window, she spotted Daphne Greengrass holding court with her usual group, and Elara quickly looked away before their eyes could meet. They'd been friends once, years ago, before houses and expectations had drawn lines neither of them seemed able to cross anymore. The fireplace dominated the back wall, large enough to stand in, crackling with flames that might have been magically enhanced to spread their warmth more evenly. Every seat near it was taken, but Oliver, using his Gryffindor bulk to advantage, managed to convince a group of fourth years to shift down, creating just enough space for the four of them to claim a section of the long wooden bench. "Victory," Oliver announced, throwing himself down with satisfaction. Marcus claimed the spot nearest the fire, while Parvati slipped in beside him, already pulling off her gloves. Elara took the remaining space, finding herself with her back partially to the room, facing the flames. It should have felt cozy, but instead, she felt exposed, aware of the press of bodies behind her, the dozens of conversations layering over each other. "I'll get the drinks," Oliver said, already standing again. "Butterbeer all around." They nodded, and he disappeared back into the crowd. Elara watched the flames dance, losing herself in their movement. Fire was honest, at least. It behaved according to principles, followed rules. You could predict it, control it, understand it. Unlike people, unlike expectations, unlike the churning anxiety in her chest that she couldn't seem to extinguish no matter how many hours she spent studying. "You're doing it again," Parvati said quietly. Elara blinked, turning to find her friend watching her with concern. "Doing what?" "That thing where you go somewhere else. You've been doing it all term." "I'm just thinking." "You're always thinking. It's your best and worst quality." Parvati's voice was gentle, but firm. "Your mum's letter again?" Before Elara could answer, Oliver returned, levitating 4 foaming tankards of butterbeer with his wand. He distributed them with ceremony, and Marcus immediately took a long, satisfied drink. "Perfect," he pronounced. "Nothing like butterbeer when there's snow coming. Tastes better somehow." Oliver raised his tankard. 2 surviving another week of Snape's increasingly impossible potions assignments. "Here, here," Parvati agreed, and they all drank. The butterbeer was perfect, hot enough to warm from the inside, sweet enough to feel like comfort, with that slight foam that tickled Elara's upper lip. She let herself enjoy it for a moment, pushing away thoughts of the potions essay she still needed to revise, the astronomy charts she'd promised herself she'd complete tonight. Around them, the pub continued its loud, cheerful chaos. A group of Gryffindors burst into laughter at something. Someone was attempting to juggle chocolate frogs to mixed success. Near the bar, 2 seventh-year boys had started what looked like the beginning of a very mild argument about Quidditch strategy. Then Madame Rosmerta's voice cut through the noise, not loud, but somehow carrying. "Might want to look outside, dears." The conversations dimmed as heads turned toward the windows. Elara twisted in her seat to see, and her breath caught. The snow had intensified, not gradually as snow usually did, but dramatically, as though someone had flipped a switch. What had been delicate flakes an hour ago were now thick, heavy curtains of white, driven nearly horizontal by wind that rattled the windows. Already, The buildings across the street were barely visible, ghostly shapes behind the white veil. "Blimey," breathed a third-year Hufflepuff near the window. That came on fast. Marcus had gone very still, his tankard frozen halfway to his lips. "That's not right," he said quietly. "Weather doesn't turn that quick, not naturally." "What do you mean, not naturally?" Parvati asked, but her voice carried an edge of nervousness. "I mean, snowstorms build. You get warning. This—" He gestured at the window where the white fury continued. "This is like something just appeared overhead and opened up." A Slytherin girl Elara didn't know had pulled out her wand and was murmuring something, her expression concentrating. After a moment, she lowered it, frowning. "There's something odd about the magical signature. It feels like weather, but there's something else, something underneath." "Probably just the castle wards interacting with a natural storm," Oliver said, but he didn't sound entirely convinced. "Happens sometimes, doesn't it? Magic concentrating in certain areas." "Maybe," the Slytherin girl said, but she didn't look away from the window. Madame Rosmerta moved through the pub with practiced calm, checking windows, adjusting the fire with a flick of her wand. "Nothing to worry about just yet," she announced, her voice carrying that particular tone adults used when they wanted to prevent panic. "We've weathered plenty of snowstorms in here. You're all perfectly safe, though." She paused at the front window, peering out into the white. "I think perhaps it might be best if no one tries to head back to the castle just yet. Let's give it a bit, see if it settles." A murmur ran through the pub. Some excitement, some concern, some calculation. Elara felt her stomach tighten, stuck here. But she had so much to do, so many hours of studying planned for this evening. Her carefully constructed schedule didn't account for being trapped in a pub during a freak snowstorm. "Well," Oliver said, settling back with his butterbeer, apparently entirely unbothered. "Could be worse. Could be stuck somewhere without butterbeer and a fireplace." "My herbology essay," a fourth-year Ravenclaw moaned dramatically from a nearby table. "It's due Monday, and I left all my notes in the dormitory." "Forget your essay," her friend replied. "I was supposed to use the library this afternoon. Do you know how hard it is to get a private carol during OWL's season?" Elara understood exactly how hard it was. She'd had to book hers 3 weeks in advance. More students continued arriving, pushing in through the door in small groups, shaking snow from their cloaks and exclaiming about the sudden storm. The pub was well past crowded now, pressing toward genuinely packed. Madame Rosmerta had started directing newcomers to squeeze in wherever they could find space, and students were adapting, sliding closer together, making room. A group of 7th years, 2 Gryffindors, a Ravenclaw, and a Slytherin, claimed a spot standing near the fireplace, having given up on finding seats. One of them, a tall Gryffindor boy with a prefect's badge, pulled out his wand. "Right then," he said with a grin. "If we're going to be stuck here, might as well make it entertaining. Anyone fancy a bit of indoor snow?" Before anyone could object, he'd cast the charm, a gentle, controlled version of a snowball spell. Tiny, soft orbs of magical snow began forming in the air above their heads, drifting down harmlessly, disappearing before they hit anything. They sparkled in the firelight, creating a miniature snowfall that drew delighted gasps from the younger students. "Show off," someone called, good-naturedly, and the Gryffindor boy bowed. Another 7th year, the Ravenclaw girl, added her own variation. The snow she conjured was faintly blue, glittering like ice crystals. The Slytherin contributed snow that fell in spirals. Soon, the area around the fireplace had become its own little winter wonderland. Magical snow drifting through the warm air, creating patterns of light and shadow. Younger students reached up to catch the magical flakes, laughing when they dissolved on contact. A pair of second years started trying to direct the snow into shapes with their wands, creating wobbly stars and circles that collapsed almost immediately. Despite herself, despite the anxiety still churning in her chest, Elara felt a small smile tugging at her lips. There was something absurd and delightful about it. Snow inside a pub during a snowstorm. Students from rival houses creating beauty together without thinking about it. That's actually quite lovely, Parvati murmured, watching a spiral of blue snow drift past her face. Right magical it is, Marcus agreed, his Yorkshire accent thickening the way it always did when he was particularly pleased. Like being inside a snow globe. Through the windows, the real storm continued its assault, wind howling loud enough now to be heard even over the noise of the pub. But inside, wrapped in warmth and light and magic, it felt distant, a problem for later. Madame Rosmerta wove through the crowd, distributing more drinks, her expression calm but alert. When she passed their table, Elara caught her eye. "How long do you think the storm will last?" she asked. The pub owner paused, glancing toward the windows with an expression that was difficult to read. "Hard to say, dear. Could blow over in an hour. Could settle in for the night." Her eyes, when they returned to Elara, were kind but serious. "But don't you worry. We've plenty of room, plenty of supplies. Everyone will be looked after." She moved on before Elara could ask what she meant by settle in for the night, but the implication hung in the air. "We might be here a while," Parvati said, voicing what they were all thinking. "Could be interesting," Oliver offered. "When's the last time you lot pulled an all-nighter that wasn't about studying?" "Never," Elara admitted, and realized with a strange pang that it was true. Even her social time was scheduled, optimized, purposeful. The pub continued filling with warmth and noise around them. More students arrived in bursts of cold air and snow, the door opening and closing as Madame Rosmerta allowed in stragglers, but began turning away anyone who tried to leave. The magical snow continued its gentle fall by the fireplace. Someone had started a game of exploding snap at a corner table, the periodic bangs punctuating the general conversation. And outside, pressing against the windows like something alive, the blizzard howled. Elara took another sip of butterbeer, watching the flames dance, and felt the careful structure of her planned evening crumbling like snow in warm hands. She was stuck here, with dozens of other students, with no notes, no books, no way to maintain the rigid control she'd built around her life. It should have terrified her. Instead, somewhere beneath the anxiety, she felt the smallest flutter of something else, something that might have been relief. The first hour passed in a kind of suspended normalcy, as though everyone was waiting for the storm to exhaust itself and release them back to their Saturday evening routines. Students chatted, played games, nursed their drinks. The magical snow continued its delicate performance near the fireplace. Every 15 minutes or so, someone would check the windows, peer out into the white chaos, and return shaking their head. But as the light outside faded from grey to a deeper, more ominous darkness. The mood in the three broomsticks began to shift. Elara noticed it first in the way conversations changed pitch. Less laughter, more frequent glances toward the windows. A pair of third-year Hufflepuffs near the door kept whispering to each other, anxiety evident in their postures. Even the seventh years maintaining the indoor snowfall seemed more subdued, their magic flickering occasionally as concentration wavered. "It's been nearly 2 hours," Marcus said quietly, his farmer's instinct for weather clearly unsettled. "And it's not letting up at all. If anything, it's worse." He was right. Through the frost-edged windows, the blizzard raged with undiminished fury. The wind shrieked around the building's corners, and the snow had piled high enough against the lower panes that the outside world had become nothing but white and darkness and the occasional ghost shape of a building. Madame Rosmerta appeared from the back room carrying an armful of woolen blankets. Her expression remained calm, but there was something in the set of her shoulders that spoke of decisions being made. She set the blankets on the bar and cleared her throat. The pub didn't exactly fall silent. Too many people, too much nervous energy, but the noise dampened enough for her voice to carry. "Right then," she said, her tone brisk but warm. "I think we all need to face facts. This storm isn't passing anytime soon, and it's well past safe for anyone to be walking back to the castle. The visibility is nil. The temperatures drop to dangerous levels, and the wind would knock a grown wizard off his feet." A murmur rippled through the crowd. Elara felt her stomach clench. "So here's what we're going to do," Madame Rosmerta continued. "You're all staying put for the night. I've sent word to the castle via the flu network in my private quarters. Professor McGonagall is aware of the situation and agrees that keeping you here is the safest option. The castle wards are being extended to cover the pub for additional protection." "Staying the night?" a Slytherin boy near the front said, his voice pitched between disbelief and excitement. "Here," Madame Rosmerta confirmed. "I've weathered worse storms in this building, and so have plenty of others. We've got food, we've got heat, we've got more than enough space if everyone's willing to be reasonable about it. You'll be perfectly safe, and probably more comfortable than you'd think. But I have Quidditch practice tomorrow morning," a Gryffindor girl protested weakly. "I rather think Madame Hooch will understand, dear. Now," Madame Rosmerta clapped her hands together, shifting from reassurance into organization mode. "I'll need some volunteers, prefects, if you could make yourselves known. We'll need to arrange sleeping spaces, sort out food, make sure everyone's accounted for." Several badges glinted in the firelight as prefects from various houses raised their hands or stood. Elara recognized Theodore Nott from Slytherin, Hannah Abbott from Hufflepuff, and the tall Gryffindor boy who'd started the indoor snowfall. His name was Callum something, she thought. Oliver straightened beside her. "I should help." "You're not a prefect," Parvati pointed out. "No, but I'm a 6th year and I'm large, good for moving furniture." He grinned, but Elara could see he was actually eager to be useful, to have something concrete to do. It was very Gryffindor of him. As Oliver joined the group clustering around Madame Rosmerta, the rest of the pub began processing this new reality. Some students seemed genuinely excited, an unexpected adventure, a break from routine. Others looked worried, calculating what assignments they were missing, what rules were being bent. A few younger students appeared close to tears. "I suppose there are worse places to be stranded," Parvati said, though her voice held doubt. "At least it's warm. And we're not alone," Marcus added, his Yorkshire practicality asserting itself. "Plenty of magic between us, if anything goes wrong. And Madame Rosmerta knows what she's doing." Elara nodded, but her mind was racing. A whole night. Here, with no preparation, no schedule, no control over her environment. And she was supposed to just, what? Sit, chat, sleep on the floor of a pub? She watched as the prefects and volunteers began organizing. With remarkable efficiency, they started rearranging furniture, pushing tables to the walls to create more open floor space. Madame Rosmerta kept conjuring blankets from somewhere, along with cushions that looked like they'd been transfigured from bar stools. The magical snow had been dismissed, though its absence made the space feel suddenly more mundane, more real. "All right, listen up," Callum, the Gryffindor prefect, called out, his voice carrying over the noise. "We're sorting by year for sleeping arrangements. First and second years will take the front room, warmest and closest to the kitchens. Third and fourth years, you're in the middle section. Fifth years and up, we're in the back near the fire." "Of course the older students get the best spot," someone muttered, but without real heat. "The older students also get the drafty bits near the windows," Hannah Abbott countered firmly. "And we're expecting you all to help look after the younger ones. This works if everyone cooperates." Students began moving, sorting themselves with the kind of controlled chaos that came from years of Hogwarts training in following instructions while maintaining individual identity. House distinctions blurred as people squeezed past each other, claimed spots, negotiated with neighbors. Elara found herself helping a second-year Slytherin girl who looked on the verge of panic. "I've never been away from the castle overnight," the girl whispered, clutching her bag. "What if something happens?" "Nothing's going to happen," Elara heard herself say, surprised by the certainty in her voice. "You're surrounded by older students and one of the best witches in Hogsmeade. This is probably the safest you could be outside the castle." The girl looked up at her, dark eyes searching, then nodded slowly. "You're a Ravenclaw?" "I am. My brother's a Ravenclaw. Fourth year, Terence Higgs." "I know Terry," Elara said, recognizing the name from shared classes. "He's brilliant at charms. I bet he'd tell you the same thing. You're safe here." The girl managed a small smile before being ushered toward the front room by Hannah Abbott, who was herding the youngest students with gentle firmness. When Elara returned to her section, she found that spaces were being claimed rapidly. Parvati had already secured a spot for them against the wall, not directly by the fire, but close enough to benefit from its warmth. Marcus was helping transfigure some cushions into something resembling pallets. "This is mental," a fifth-year Slytherin boy announced to no one in particular, dropping his bag onto a claimed space. "Absolutely mental. My father's going to hear about this." "I'm sure Madame Rosmerta is terrified," Daphne Greengrass said dryly, from where she was arranging her own space with meticulous precision. "Do let us know what he says." Despite the situation, several people laughed. Even the Slytherin boy cracked a smile. Elara found herself positioned between Parvati and, unfortunately, a spot that remained unclaimed, until Daphne Greengrass settled onto it with a kind of graceful inevitability that made it seem like she'd been there all along. Their eyes met, Daphne's expression was carefully neutral, neither friendly nor hostile. They'd been in this odd limbo for years now, ever since second year, when Daphne's parents had made it clear that close friendship with a half-blood Ravenclaw wasn't appropriate for a greengrass. Daphne had complied. Elara had pretended not to care. Now they were going to be sleeping 18 inches apart. "Whitmore," Daphne said, her voice coolly polite. "Greengrass." Parvati made a small noise that might have been suppressed laughter. Around them, the organized chaos continued. Oliver had returned, his Gryffindor enthusiasm slightly dampened by the reality of the situation, but still present. "Madame Rosmerta's making soup for dinner," he announced, "and she's got enough bread to feed a small army apparently. Says we'll eat in shifts to avoid crushing each other." "How practical," Daphne murmured, smoothing her blanket with precise movements. The next hour was a strange exercise in adaptation. Students who normally kept to their house tables, their year groups, their carefully maintained social boundaries, found themselves pressed together by necessity. A group of fourth-year Ravenclaws started a quiet game of gobstones in the corner, but soon 2 Hufflepuffs had joined, then a Slytherin. Near the windows, some seventh years were deep in conversation about NEWTs, and Elara recognized students from at least 3 houses contributing. The house elves from Hogwarts kitchens appeared briefly, with a series of gentle pops that startled everyone, bearing additional food supplies sent by Professor McGonagall. They worked with Madame Rosmerta's own kitchen staff to prepare the meal, their magic filling the pub with the scent of vegetable soup and fresh bread. "At least we won't starve," Marcus said appreciatively, sniffing the air. Dinner was indeed served in shifts, with younger students going first. By the time the 5th years and up were called, Elara's stomach was growling despite her anxiety. The soup was thick and hearty, filled with potatoes and carrots and herbs that tasted like comfort. The bread was still warm, and there was butter that melted into golden pools. They ate in their claimed spots, bowls balanced on knees, and something about the shared meal made the space feel less awkward. Food had a way of doing that, making strangers into temporary companions, giving mouths something to do besides worry or argue. "This is actually quite good," Daphne admitted quietly, speaking to no one in particular. "Madame Rosmerta doesn't do anything by halves," Oliver said through a mouthful of bread. "Best pub in Hogsmeade for a reason." After dinner, the dishes were cleared by magic, and the reality of the evening stretched ahead. Outside, the storm continued unabated. Someone tried the door at one point just to see, and it took 3 people to force it shut again against the wind. Snow had drifted halfway up the entrance. "Well, that's that then," Callum announced to the pub at large. "We're definitely not going anywhere tonight. Might as well settle in." Students responded in various ways. Some pulled out decks of playing cards. Others started conversations, voices gradually rising as the initial awkwardness wore off. A group of Gryffindors began telling stories, each trying to top the last, with more outrageous claims about Quidditch matches or pranks, or near misses with Filch. Elara sat with her back against the wall, watching it all unfold. She should have felt trapped, anxious, desperate to escape to her ordered world of notes and schedules. And part of her did feel that way. Her fingers itched for her study materials. Her mind kept cataloguing the hours of work she was missing. But another part, a part she'd been ignoring for months, felt something else, The storm had stripped away choice. She couldn't study even if she wanted to. Her books were in her dormitory, unreachable. She couldn't follow her schedule, couldn't maintain her rigid control. The structure she'd built had been dismantled by simple weather, and the world hadn't ended. "You're doing that thing again," Parvati said softly. "What thing?" "Going somewhere else in your head, though this time you look less stressed about it. More, I don't know, thoughtful." Before Elara could respond, a burst of laughter drew their attention. The seventh years had started some kind of game involving transfiguration challenges, turning objects into other objects with increasingly ridiculous restrictions. Currently, someone was attempting to turn a napkin into a teacup while standing on one foot and reciting the alphabet backwards. 5 Galleons says he doesn't make it past S, a Slytherin boy called out. "You're on," his friend replied. The wizard made it to P before losing his balance, and the napkin turned into something that was more bowl than cup, drawing groans and laughter from the audience. "Your turn," someone said, pointing at a Ravenclaw girl. "Right," she said, standing up with determination. "But I'm picking something harder. Someone give me something completely ridiculous." "Turn that cushion into a tortoise," Oliver called out, while humming "God Rest Ye Merry Hippogriffs." The suggestions got progressively more absurd. The energy in the room shifted from anxious uncertainty to something lighter, more playful. Even some of the younger students had crept from the front room to watch, giggling at the older students' antics. Daphne Greengrass, of all people, turned to Elara. "This is absurd. Completely," Elara agreed. "But I suppose if we're stuck here..." Daphne's voice trailed off, and for just a moment, her carefully maintained composure cracked, revealing something softer underneath. Something that might have been the girl Elara remembered from first year, before houses and expectations had built walls between them. Then the moment passed, and Daphne's expression smoothed back into polite neutrality. But something had shifted. Some invisible line had been crossed. The evening stretched on. Some students gradually succumbed to tiredness, curling up on their makeshift beds. Others remained awake, their conversations growing quieter, but no less animated. The fire burned steadily, kept alive by Madame Rosmerta's periodic charms, casting dancing shadows across the ceiling. Elara found herself watching the flames again. Marcus drowsing on one side, Parvati engaged in quiet conversation with a fifth-year Hufflepuff on the other. The anxiety she'd felt earlier had dulled to something manageable, present but not overwhelming. She was stuck in a pub during a blizzard, surrounded by students from every house, with no way to study and no control over her circumstances. And somehow, impossibly, she was almost okay with it. The storm howled outside, but inside the 3 broomsticks, wrapped in warmth and unexpected community, something else was beginning. Something Elara couldn't quite name yet, but could feel stirring, like the first signs of spring beneath winter snow. Tomorrow's worries would wait. Tonight, there was only this: firelight and safety and the strange comfort of being lost together. The pub had settled into an uneasy rhythm by the time the castle's bells tolled 9 o'clock, muffled and distant through the storm, but still audible. Most of the younger students had surrendered to sleep, their soft breathing creating a gentle backdrop to the muted conversations still taking place throughout the 3 broomstacks. The fire continued its steady crackle, And somewhere in the middle section, someone was attempting to teach a few third years a complicated card game that seemed to involve more arguing about rules than actual playing. Elara had given up on the idea of sleep. Her mind, trained for years to be productive during every waking hour, refused to simply shut down just because her body was horizontal on a transfigured cushion. Beside her, Parvati had dozed off around 8:30, exhausted by the emotional roller coaster of the day. Marcus snored gently from his spot near the wall. Even Daphne Greengrass appeared to be sleeping, though with her it was hard to tell. Her posture remained so precisely arranged even in rest that it might have been deliberate. Oliver was still awake. She could tell from the way he kept shifting position, trying to find comfort on cushions that were never designed for sleeping. Eventually, he sat up, running a hand through his perpetually messy hair, and caught her eye. "Can't sleep either," he whispered. She shook her head. "Fancy joining the group by the fire. Some seventh years are still up, and it looks like they're gathering more people. Might be better than lying here staring at the ceiling." Elara glanced at the fireplace. He was right. A small group had formed in a loose semicircle around the hearth, far enough from the sleeping students not to disturb them, but close enough to benefit from the warmth. She recognized Callum, the Gryffindor prefect, and Theodore Nott, along with several others she knew by sight, if not by name. "All right," she heard herself say, carefully extracting herself from her blanket without disturbing Parvati. They picked their way across the sleeping forms, murmuring apologies when someone stirred. As they approached the fire, Callum looked up and gestured for them to join. "More insomniacs," he said with a tired smile. "Welcome to the Wide Awake Club. We were just debating whether to suffer in silence or do something actually interesting." "Define interesting," Oliver said, settling onto the floor with the ease of someone who'd never met a social situation he couldn't navigate. "Stories," said a seventh-year Ravenclaw girl named Cressida Lark. She had sharp features and sharper eyes and was rumored to be the best student in her year. Proper ones. Not the nonsense we were spouting earlier to pass time, but real stories. Things that matter, or at least things that are interesting enough to keep us from going mad with boredom. "What kind of stories?" Elara asked, claiming a spot between Oliver and a Hufflepuff boy she didn't know. "Any kind," Cressida said. "Funny ones, strange ones, true ones, embellished ones. Something to remind us we're not just bodies taking up space, waiting for weather to improve." Theodore Nott, who'd been staring into the flames with typical Slytherin inscrutability, spoke without looking up. "I'll go first then. Keep you lot from chickening out." Several people made encouraging noises. Theodore's reputation for being intensely private made this offer surprising. "When I was 8, he began, his voice quiet but clear. "Before Hogwarts, before I really understood what being a Nott meant in certain circles, my mother took me to a Muggle zoo." This drew surprised looks. Pure-blood families, especially ones like the Notts, weren't known for frequenting Muggle establishments. She'd been feeling rebellious, I think. My father was away on business, and she'd always been curious about how Muggles lived. So we went. A ghost of a smile crossed his face. I was terrified. I'd been told Muggles were dangerous, that they hated magic, that they'd somehow know what we were and attack us. Instead, I saw families, children eating ice cream, people laughing at monkeys. He paused, feeding a small stick into the fire. We stopped in front of the tigers. There was this massive male, pacing back and forth in his enclosure. Magnificent creature, powerful and utterly trapped. My mother stood there for 20 minutes, just watching it. Then she said something I've never forgotten. Remember this, Theodore. Remember that beauty and power mean nothing if you're in the wrong cage. The silence that followed was heavy with meaning. Everyone knew the kind of cage Theodore's family represented. Old pure blood values, dark arts connections, expectations that allowed for no deviation. Did she? Cressida started, then stopped, clearly uncertain how to finish. She died when I was 10, Theodore said flatly. Dragonpox, officially. But I've always wondered if she just decided she was done with her own cage. No one seemed to know what to say to that. The fire crackled. Somewhere in the pub, someone murmured in their sleep. Finally, Callum cleared his throat. Right, that's quite the opening. Should we all be concerned about the emotional trajectory of this night? The tension broke slightly. A few people laughed, grateful for the release. I'll go next, offered a Hufflepuff, 7th-year girl named Margot Yates. Something lighter. Last summer, my gran decided she was going to learn to ride a thestral. Your gran, Oliver said, perking up. How old is she? 73. And completely mad in the best way. She raised 6 children, survived 2 wars, and decided that her twilight years should involve as much adventure as possible. So she wrote to Professor Grubbly Plank. They went to Hogwarts together, apparently, and asked if she could visit the Thestrals in the forest. Margot's story unfolded with warmth and humour. Her grandmother's determined approach to creatures most people feared. The way she'd brought them raw meat and spoken to them like old friends. Her eventual success in coaxing one to let her sit on its back for approximately 30 seconds before it decided it had humoured her enough. The point is, Margot finished, she told me afterward that most of life's regrets come from things you didn't do, not things you did. She said, Margot, if you get to 73 and haven't made a spectacular fool of yourself at least once a year, you've wasted your time. I like your gran, Callum declared. She sounds brilliant. Others added their own stories. A Slytherin boy recounted his disastrous attempt to impress a girl by sneaking into the prefect's bathroom in 4th year, only to discover she was already there with someone else. A Ravenclaw told about the time she accidentally created a minor explosion in potions that turned Professor Snape's hair bright purple for an entire afternoon, something he'd fixed immediately, but not before half the school had seen. The stories wove together, creating a tapestry of shared experience and vulnerability. Houses didn't seem to matter here. In the firelight, with the storm raging outside, they were just students, just people with embarrassing moments and family complications and fears they rarely voiced. When a natural pause developed, Elara found herself speaking before she'd consciously decided to. I haven't cried in 3 years. Everyone turned to look at her. She felt her face heat but pressed on. Not since 2nd year. I decided it was inefficient. Crying doesn't solve problems. It just wastes time and makes your face puffy. So I stopped. Whenever I felt like I might cry, I'd go through the 12 uses of dragon's blood in my head, or list the ingredients for polyjuice potion, or calculate how many hours until my next exam. That's, Cressida started, then seemed to reconsider her words. That's very Ravenclaw of you. It's very sad of me, Ilara corrected quietly. My mother sent me a letter last week. She's planned out my entire future. 5 outstandings minimum in OWLs, then specific NEWTs, then a position at the Ministry in the Department of International Magical Cooperation, where my father works. She's even picked out which projects I should volunteer for to build the right reputation. She stared into the flames, watching them dance. I read that letter, and all I could think was that I needed to memorize another chapter of transfiguration theory, because if I was studying, I couldn't think about how I don't even know if I want any of that. If I was efficient enough, perfect enough, maybe I wouldn't have to figure out what I actually want. Oliver's hand found her shoulder, a brief squeeze of solidarity. Parvati would have known what to say, but Oliver just offered presence, which was somehow better. "So what do you want?" Theodore asked, his voice surprisingly gentle. "I don't know," Ilara admitted. "That's the terrifying part. I've spent so long being what everyone expects that I've got no idea who I am underneath it all." "You're someone who helps second years having panic attacks." Daphne Greengrass's voice came from behind them. Ilara turned, startled. Daphne was sitting up in her makeshift bed, clearly having been awake and listening. In the firelight, her usually impeccable appearance was slightly disheveled, her blonde hair escaping its pins. "Earlier," Daphne continued, standing and moving toward the fire, "I saw you with that Slytherin girl, Emily Higgs. She was terrified, and you took the time to calm her down, even though you were clearly stressed yourself. That's who you are. Someone who helps, even when it's inconvenient." The two of them looked at each other across the firelight. Years of careful distance, of pretending they'd never been close, seemed to waver in the space between them. "I wasn't going to join this," Daphne said to the group, settling gracefully onto the floor near Ilara. Seemed too revealing. "But if we're being honest, and we apparently are, I might as well admit something too." She smoothed her skirt with precise movements, a nervous gesture Ilara remembered from years ago. "I am so bloody tired," Daphne said, and the weariness in her voice was palpable, "of pretending I don't care about things I care about, of acting like people don't matter when they do, of following rules I never agreed to just because they're my family's rules." Theodore made a soft sound of understanding. He would know about family rules. "Second year," Daphne continued, not looking at Ilara but speaking to the fire. "My parents found out I'd been spending time with a half-blood Ravenclaw. They sat me down and explained very calmly, very clearly, about appropriate associations for someone of my station. They didn't forbid the friendship outright. They just made it clear that maintaining it would have consequences for both of us." Ilara's breath caught. She'd always assumed Daphne had simply decided she wasn't worth the effort. Finding out there had been actual pressure, actual threats, it recontextualized years of hurt. "I told myself I was being practical," Daphne said, "that preserving family harmony mattered more than one friendship, that we'd both be better off in our respective houses anyway. But the truth is, I was a coward. I took the easy path, and I've regretted it every day since." "Daphne," Ilara started, but her throat was too tight to continue. "The thing is," Daphne turned to look at her now, green eyes bright in the firelight, "I still care. I've watched you for 3 years, watched you drive yourself into the ground trying to be perfect, and I couldn't say anything because I'd given up the right. But we're trapped in a pub during a blizzard, and apparently that makes me brave. So I'm saying it now. I miss my friend, and I'm sorry I wasn't strong enough to keep her." The silence was absolute. Even the card game in the middle section seemed to have paused. Then Oliver, blessed Oliver, with his complete inability to leave emotional moments hanging, said, "Well, this got heavy fast." It broke the tension enough for people to breathe again. A few nervous laughs rippled through the group. "In my defense," Callum said, "I did suggest we might regret the emotional trajectory." "No," Cressida said firmly. "This is good. This is what stories are supposed to do. Make us see each other as people, not just house colors or family names or whatever boxes we've been shoved into." Margot nodded. "My gran would approve. She always said the best conversations happen in 3 places: around fires, during storms, and when people are too tired to maintain their masks." "We've got all 3, Theodore observed dryly. More stories followed, each person adding their thread to the growing tapestry. A Hufflepuff boy admitted he was terrified he'd disappoint his deceased father, who'd been a celebrated aura. Callum confessed that his Gryffindor bravado hid a deep fear of not being smart enough, of being the friend who dragged everyone else down. Cressida, the brilliant 7th year, revealed that she'd turned down early admission to an advanced charms program because she wasn't sure she wanted to specialize yet, and her parents hadn't spoken to her for a month. Each story was a small act of courage, a tiny rebellion against the walls they'd all learned to build. And somehow, in the speaking and the hearing, those walls grew a little less solid. Elara found herself talking more than she had in months, not about studying or schedules, but about real things. How she missed the lightness she'd had in first year, how she wondered what it would be like to spend a whole day doing nothing productive, how sometimes she resented her parents for placing their expectations on her shoulders like stones she had to carry. "The worst part," she said, "is that I've internalized it all. They don't even have to pressure me anymore. I pressure myself. I'm my own jailer." "Like the tiger," Theodore said quietly, and their eyes met in understanding. As the night deepened and the fire burned low, requiring periodic magical renewal, the group around it shifted and changed. Some people drifted back to sleep. Others joined, drawn by the low murmur of intimate conversation. But the core remained, a small collection of students from every house, sharing the kind of truths that only emerge in the space between midnight and dawn. At some point, Elara realized that she was sitting shoulder to shoulder with Daphne, the way they used to sit in first year when the world felt full of possibility rather than obligation. Neither of them acknowledged it, but neither pulled away either. "Thank you," Elara whispered, so quietly only Daphne could hear. "For what?" "For being brave first. I couldn't have done it." Daphne's hand found hers in the darkness between them, squeezed once and let go. "Yes, you could have. You just didn't have to." Outside, the storm continued its assault on the world. But inside the 3 broomsticks, something new was being built. Fragile as first snow, but real. A sense of connection that transcended the boundaries they'd all learned to maintain. A reminder that beneath the houses and expectations and carefully constructed identities, They were all just students trying to figure out who they wanted to be. And for tonight, at least, that was enough. The castle bells had long since tolled midnight when Elara accepted that sleep was a lost cause. Around her, most of the pub had surrendered to exhaustion. Bodies sprawled on transfigured cushions, soft snores creating a rhythmic undertone to the fire's crackle. Even the storytelling circle had disbanded, its participants finally succumbing to tiredness in the early morning hours. But Elara's mind refused to quiet. The conversations from earlier had stirred something in her, dislodged pieces of herself she'd carefully packed away. She lay on her cushion, staring at the ceiling beams barely visible in the firelight, feeling restless in a way that had nothing to do with physical discomfort. A soft movement caught her attention. Theodore Knott was sitting up, careful not to disturb the sleeping Slytherin beside him. He caught her eye and made a small gesture toward the back of the pub, raising his eyebrows in question. "Others awake?" Elara nodded, equally careful as she extricated herself from her blankets. Daphne stirred slightly, but didn't wake. Parvati remained deeply asleep, one arm flung over her face. Near the bar, Elara found Theodore waiting along with 3 others. Margot from Hufflepuff, a 6th-year Ravenclaw boy named Colin Creevy's older brother Dennis, and surprisingly, a 5th-year Slytherin girl named Astoria Greengrass, Daphne's younger sister. They'd clearly had the same idea about escaping the oppressive stillness of sleeplessness. "Can't rest either," Margot whispered, her voice barely audible. "Too much in my head," Elara admitted. "Same," Dennis said. He had the look of someone who did a lot of thinking. Thoughtful eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses, fingers that drummed absently against his thigh. "The storm's doing something odd to my senses. Can anyone else feel it? Like there's too much magic in the air." Now that he mentioned it, Elara could feel something, a subtle pressure, a crackling potential that made her skin prickle slightly. "Definitely something strange about this weather," Theodore agreed. "Been bothering me all evening." Madame Rosmerta emerged from the back room, carrying a tray of empty glasses she must have been washing. She paused when she saw them clustered by the bar, then smiled knowingly. "Insomniacs, the lot of you. I had a feeling some wouldn't settle." She set down her tray and studied them with the kind of perceptiveness that came from decades of serving students. "You've got that look about you. Too much energy, not enough outlet. Storm nights do that sometimes, especially to the magically sensitive." "Is there anything we can do to help?" Astoria asked. She was quieter than her sister, less polished on the surface, but with an intensity that suggested deep waters beneath. "Actually," Madame Rosmerta said thoughtfully, "there might be. I need to check the upper floors, make sure no windows have come loose in the wind. The wards are holding, but old buildings need physical maintenance too. If you lot are awake anyway, you could help. Better than lying there driving yourselves mad." The offer of something productive, something useful, was irresistible to all of them. They nodded eagerly. "Right then, follow me and keep your voices down. Don't want to wake the others." Madame Rosmerta led them through a door behind the bar that Elara had never noticed before, then up a narrow staircase that creaked despite their careful steps. The wood was old, worn smooth by generations of footsteps, and the walls were covered with photographs, some moving, some still, showing the 3 broomsticks through different eras. "How long has this place been here?" Dennis asked, pausing to study a particularly old photograph, showing the pub with a thatched roof instead of its current slate tiles. "Nearly 400 years, Madame Rosmerta said, climbing ahead of them. "Built in 1634 by my however many greats-grandmother, Heloise Rosmerta. Every generation since has been a Rosmerta woman running the place. We're stubborn that way." The second floor opened into a hallway with several doors branching off. Madame Rosmerta checked each room methodically: storage spaces, a private sitting room, what looked like sleeping quarters. The windows were secure, wards glowing faintly in the darkness, proof of both old magic and recent reinforcement. "Third floor's the attic," she said, leading them up an even narrower staircase. "Haven't been up here in months. Storage mostly. Historical bits I can't bear to throw away but don't need in daily operation." The attic was larger than Ilara expected, running the length of the building. Dormer windows on both sides were barely visible behind stacks of crates, old furniture, and what appeared to be centuries' worth of accumulated memories. Dust motes danced in the wandlight, Madame Rosmerta conjured, giving the space an ethereal quality. "Windows on the north side are what concern me," she said, pointing. "One was loose last autumn, and I kept meaning to have it properly fixed. With this wind..." They spread out, navigating carefully between obstacles. Theodore and Dennis headed for the north windows, while the others checked the southern exposure. Ilara found herself near a tall cabinet that had been pushed against the wall, its doors slightly ajar. Inside, she could see leather-bound books, rolled parchments, and what looked like old ledgers, the kind of records businesses kept but rarely looked at, accounting from decades past, correspondence long since resolved, the mundane paperwork of running an establishment through centuries. "Find something." Astoria had appeared beside her, peering over her shoulder. "Just old records, I think. Though..." Ilara reached for one of the ledgers, drawn by she wasn't sure what. The leather was soft with age, the binding still solid despite the years. She opened it carefully. The pages were covered in neat handwriting, dates from 1924 marking the tops of entries. It was an account book, tracking purchases and expenses, but interspersed throughout were small notes in the margins, observations about weather, comments about customers, tiny snippets of daily life. March 15th, 1924. Young Tom Riddle came in with school group, unsettling child, eyes too old for his face, ordered butterbeer but didn't drink it, just watched everyone. Ilara's breath caught. Tom Riddle. The name sent a chill down her spine even now, decades after his defeat. "What is it?" Astoria whispered, sensing her reaction. "Look." Ilara pointed to the entry. Astoria leaned closer, her eyes widening as she read. "Merlin. That's Voldemort." "Before he was Voldemort," Ilara said, "when he was just a student." They kept reading, finding more entries scattered through the years. The author, Heloise Rosmerta's granddaughter, presumably, had made a habit of recording interesting customers. The pages were full of names, some famous, others forgotten, all reduced to brief observations from a publican's perspective. November 3rd, 1927. Minister Fawley visited, looking harried. War with Grindelwald, weighing on him. Drank 3 fire whiskies and spoke of impossible choices. June 12th, 1929. Albus Dumbledore sat by the fire for 3 hours, writing letters, refused to leave despite crowds, finally left at midnight, looking older than his years. "It's like a window into history," Astoria breathed. "The real history, not the sanitized version in textbooks. What did you find? Margot had joined them, followed by the others. Madame Rosmerta came last, having finished checking the windows. A ledger, Elara said, holding it up. From the 1920s, your ancestor, or relative, recorded observations about customers. There are entries about Tom Riddle, Dumbledore, various ministers of magic. Madame Rosmerta's expression shifted from curiosity to recognition. Ah, great-great-aunt Cordelia's books. I'd forgotten they were up here. She took the ledger gently, running her fingers over the cover. She was a keen observer, Cordelia. Believed that history happened in pubs as much as in government buildings, maybe more so, since people dropped their guards over drinks. May we read more? Dennis asked, his academic interest clearly piqued. This is incredible primary source material. I suppose there's no harm, Madame Rosmerta said slowly. Cordelia's been gone 40 years, and most of the people she wrote about are dead or too old to care. Just be respectful. These are real people she recorded, not just historical figures. She helped them gather several ledgers from different years, and they carried them to a relatively clear area near one of the windows. Someone conjured more light, and they settled in a circle, passing the books between them. The entries painted a picture of wizarding Britain through tumultuous decades, the rise of Grindelwald, the fear that permeated society, the small acts of courage and larger acts of cowardice. Cordelia Rosmerta had recorded it all with a barkeep's eye for detail and a writer's gift for observation. February 8th, 1945. Celebration tonight. Grindelwald defeated, students dancing on tables. Old Perkins wept into his mead, remembering sons lost in the fighting. Joy and grief, always together. She didn't just record events, Theodore said quietly, reading over Elara's shoulder. She recorded how people felt about them, the emotional truth. That's what makes it valuable, Dennis agreed. Official histories tell us what happened. This tells us what it meant. Astoria had found a ledger from the 1970s, and her expression grew troubled as she read. There are entries here about the First War, against Voldemort, people who were recruited by Death Eaters, others who joined the resistance. It's all so close. My parents lived through this. So did mine, Theodore said, his voice carefully neutral. Though on different sides of it, the comment hung in the air, heavy with implication. Everyone knew Theodore's father had been a Death Eater, though he'd avoided Azkaban through claims of Imperio. Everyone knew that house divisions during Voldemort's reign had been anything but theoretical. My parents don't talk about it much, Margot offered quietly. The war, I mean. My mum was at Hogwarts when it was happening, and she says it was terrifying, never knowing who to trust, students disappearing, families torn apart. Gran says it was worse after, when everyone had to figure out how to live together again after doing unforgivable things to each other. Elara found an entry that made her hands shake slightly. November 2nd, 1981. The Dark Lord is gone. Potterchild survived. Lily and James dead. Students processing the news in stunned silence. Victory tastes like ash when this is the price. Young Remus Lupin sat alone in the corner, drinking nothing, saying nothing. He'd lost everything. His friends dead or imprisoned. The war over, but his life destroyed. I gave him soup he didn't eat and company he didn't want. Sometimes that's all we can offer. This is why we have to remember, Dennis said, looking up from his ledger. Not just the big moments, the victories and defeats, but the human cost. The individual lives changed. It puts things in perspective, Astoria said softly. We worry about OWLs and house points and who said what in the common room. They worried about surviving the night. Both matter, Madame Rosmerta said gently. She'd been sitting quietly, letting them explore. Different scales, same humanity. Cordelia would have said that your concerns are no less real for being smaller. Life is life, whether lived in wartime or peace. The challenge is always the same, figuring out who you are and how to live with integrity. Elara thought about her mother's letter, about her carefully planned future, about the tiger pacing in its cage. In the context of these ledgers, her struggles seemed simultaneously smaller and more significant. Smaller because no one was dying, because the stakes were personal rather than existential. More significant because they were hers, because the question of how to live authentically mattered regardless of the surrounding circumstances. Look at this, Theodore said, pointing to an entry from 1976. It's about someone choosing not to follow their family into darkness. Cordelia wrote, Young Regulus Black came in today, looking haunted. Ordered fire whiskey, though he's barely of age. Said he'd made a terrible mistake and didn't know how to fix it. I told him the only way out is through, and that courage means different things to different people. Sometimes it's charging into battle. Sometimes it's walking away from everything you've known. He left without drinking. Regulus Black, Margot breathed. Sirius Black's brother. The one who turned against Voldemort and died for it. She saw it happening, Dennis said. Cordelia witnessed someone at the crossroads moment. Someone choosing who they wanted to be, instead of who their family demanded. The parallel to their own earlier conversations wasn't lost on anyone. They sat in silence for a moment, the weight of history pressing down on them. My family has expectations, Theodore said finally. Always have, always will. They expect me to follow certain paths, maintain certain appearances, uphold certain traditions. I've been going along with it because it seemed easier. But reading this, he tapped the ledger gently. I wonder if Regulus thought it was easier too, right up until it wasn't. Right up until he couldn't live with himself anymore. So what do you do? Elara asked, genuinely curious. How do you navigate between what they want and what you want? I don't know yet, Theodore admitted. But I think the first step is admitting there's a conflict, that their path and my path might not be the same path. Everything else comes after that. Astoria closed her ledger carefully. Daphne's been struggling with this. Our family has very specific ideas about appropriate behavior, appropriate associations. She's been trying to be the perfect Greengrass daughter, but I can see it wearing on her. Tonight, when she talked about being a coward, that took courage. Real courage. She reached out to me, Elara said, after 3 years of distance. That was brave. Maybe being trapped in here is a gift, Margot suggested. The storm stripped away our normal routines, our usual defenses, made us all more honest than we might have been otherwise. Like Cordelia's customers, Dennis added. She recorded that people revealed more in pubs than anywhere else. Something about the atmosphere, the drinks, the temporary nature of it. People dropped their masks. We've definitely dropped some masks tonight, Astoria said, with a small smile. They continued reading for another hour, passing the ledgers between them, sharing particularly poignant or interesting entries. Gradually, the eastern windows began to show the first grey hints of dawn, though the storm outside continued unabated. The wind still howled, the snow still fell, but morning was coming regardless. "We should head back down," Madame Rosmerta said eventually. "Others will be waking soon, and questions will be asked if you're missing." They gathered the ledgers carefully, returning them to the cabinet. Elara lingered over the 1924 volume, the one with Tom Riddle's entry. "May I ask you something?" she said to Madame Rosmerta. "Of course, dear." Cordelia wrote about so many people who made terrible choices, who hurt others, who failed to live up to their potential, but she recorded them with compassion, not judgment. How did she do that? Madame Rosmerta considered the question. Cordelia used to say that understanding isn't the same as excusing. She could see people clearly, their flaws, their cruelties, their weaknesses, and still recognize their humanity. She believed that people were worth recording, worth remembering, even when they chose poorly. Especially then, perhaps, because those stories teach us something about the nature of choice, the cost of integrity, or the cost of losing it, Theodore said quietly. "Yes," Madame Rosmerta agreed, "that too." As they descended the narrow staircases back to the main floor, Elara felt changed by what they discovered. History wasn't just dates and famous names. It was individuals facing impossible choices, trying to figure out how to live with themselves, struggling with the same questions she was struggling with now. The main room was still mostly asleep, though a few people were beginning to stir. The fire had burned low, and Madame Rosmerta moved to revive it with a murmured spell. The five of them returned to their sleeping spots, careful and quiet. Daphne was awake, sitting up and watching for Elara's return. "Where did you go?" she whispered. "Exploring," Elara whispered back, settling onto her cushion. "I'll tell you later. It's a lot. Good things. Important things. Found something that matters." Daphne seemed to understand that this wasn't the time for details. She lay back down and after a moment reached out to squeeze Elara's hand once, a gesture of connection, of renewed friendship, of possibilities beginning to open. Outside, the storm continued, but inside, as dawn crept slowly across the floor and students gradually woke to face another day in their temporary refuge, something had shifted. They'd touched history, real history, and found their own struggles reflected in it. Found that the question of how to be oneself in the face of expectations wasn't new, wasn't unique, but was perhaps the most fundamental question humans had always asked. And in the asking, in the struggling, they were part of something larger than themselves, part of the great ongoing story of people trying to figure out how to live. The discovery of Cordelia's ledgers hadn't solved anything, but it had reminded them that others had faced similar crossroads, had made choices both courageous and cowardly, and that the story continued through wars and peace, through darkness and light, through every small individual decision about who to be and how to live. They were part of that story now, and what they chose mattered. Morning came grey and reluctant, the storm outside showing no signs of exhaustion. If anything, the wind had intensified, howling around the building's corners with an almost sentient fury. Inside the 3 broomsticks, students woke gradually, stiff from sleeping on makeshift beds, disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings. Elara had managed perhaps 2 hours of actual sleep after returning from the attic, her mind too full of Cordelia's observations and historical parallels. Now, sitting up and rubbing her eyes, she watched the pub slowly come to life around her. Younger students looked confused before remembering where they were. Some seemed excited by the continued adventure. Others appeared close to tears, homesick for their dormitories despite being less than a mile from the castle. Madame Rosmerta moved through the space with practiced efficiency, organizing breakfast with the help of the house elves who'd returned bearing fresh supplies from Hogwarts. The scent of porridge and toast filled the air, along with tea and pumpkin juice. Students queued in their sleeping clothes, hair messy, voices hushed with morning roughness. "How are you feeling?" Parvati asked, stretching with a grimace. "You look exhausted." "Couldn't sleep much," Elara admitted. "Did some exploring with a few others. Found something interesting in the attic." Before she could elaborate, Oliver appeared, looking remarkably cheerful for someone who'd spent the night on a transfigured cushion. "Morning. Still snowing, still trapped, still having the most unusual Hogsmeade weekend of our lives. Who wants breakfast?" They joined the queue, and Elara found herself standing near Theodore and Astoria, both of whom looked as tired as she felt. They exchanged knowing glances, the fellowship of the sleep-deprived, bound by their midnight discovery. Breakfast was a subdued affair. The excitement of yesterday had worn off, replaced by the reality of their situation. Students ate quietly, and even the usual house segregation seemed more pronounced this morning, as if everyone was retreating into familiar patterns for comfort. Elara noticed tensions building as the morning progressed. A second-year Gryffindor accidentally knocked over a Slytherin's juice, leading to sharp words. Two fifth-year Ravenclaws got into a heated debate about who had claimed which cushion first. Near the fire, a group of fourth-years were arguing about whose turn it was to use the space closest to the warmth. The storm wasn't just outside anymore. It was seeping into the pub, into the students, creating a pressure that had nowhere to go. "Cabin fever," Marcus observed quietly, returning from breakfast with his usual Yorkshire bluntness. "Everyone's getting twitchy. Too many people, too long in one space, no way out." "It's only been one night," Parvati said, but she sounded uncertain. "One night longer than most of us have ever spent in close quarters with people from other houses," Oliver pointed out. "Last night was novelty and bonding. This morning is reality and irritation." He was right. The warmth from the previous evening's storytelling seemed distant now, replaced by the grinding awareness that they were stuck, that the walls were too close, that everyone was getting on everyone else's nerves. By mid-morning, the atmosphere had deteriorated further. A group of seventh-year Slytherins had claimed the best spots near the fire and refused to rotate, leading to complaints from younger students. Someone's attempt at entertainment magic went wrong, creating an awful smell that lingered despite multiple scouring charms. The card games had devolved into arguments about rules. Elara felt her own patience fraying. She'd been trying to reconstruct her transfiguration notes from memory, a desperate attempt to maintain some productivity, but kept getting interrupted by noise, by movement, by the sheer chaos of too many people in too small a space. "Could you lot possibly keep it down?" she snapped at a group of third years who were laughing too loudly near her spot. They fell silent, looking hurt. One was Emily Higgs, the Slytherin girl she'd comforted yesterday. Immediately, Elara felt guilty. "I'm sorry," I didn't mean... But Emily had already turned away, and the group moved to a different area, whispering among themselves. Nice, Daphne said dryly from her spot. Very Ravenclaw of you, wisdom and compassion in equal measure. I said I was sorry. You said it to their backs after they'd already left. Elara felt something hot and ugly rise in her chest. Oh, that's rich coming from you. At least I tried to help her yesterday. Where were you? Oh, right. Maintaining appropriate distance from your own house members who aren't pure blood enough. The words were out before she could stop them, sharp and cutting in a way she immediately regretted. Daphne's face went white, then flushed with anger. At least I know what my flaws are, Daphne said, her voice low and venomous. I'm not pretending to be some perfect student who helps everyone while secretly judging them for not being as naturally brilliant. You think I don't see how you look at people who struggle with things that come easily to you? That subtle superiority? That's not, I don't. You do. You absolutely do. You help, yes. But there's always this undercurrent of, I would never be in your situation because I'm smarter, more disciplined, more capable. You're kind, Elara, but you're not humble. Parvati made a small noise of protest. Daphne, that's not fair. Isn't it? Daphne turned to Parvati. You're her best friend. Tell me honestly, has she ever, even once, genuinely struggled with something academic? Has she ever failed at anything and not immediately turned it into a learning opportunity to make herself better? Parvati opened her mouth, then closed it, clearly torn between loyalty and honesty. That's what I thought, Daphne said. At least I try, Elara said, her voice shaking now with anger and hurt. At least I work hard instead of coasting on my family name and my looks and my social position. You could be brilliant, Daphne, if you actually applied yourself instead of spending all your energy on being the perfect Slytherin princess. I apply myself to things that matter, Daphne shot back. Relationships, understanding people, navigating complex social situations. Not everyone measures worth in OWL scores and academic achievements. No, some people measure it in blood purity and social connections. Enough. Theodore Knott's voice cut through their argument, sharp enough that several nearby conversations stopped. He stood up, his expression dark. Do you two hear yourselves? We spent last night sharing truths, being vulnerable, and now you're using everything you learned about each other as weapons. That's what you're doing, weaponizing intimacy. Elara felt the words, like a slap. He was right. She'd taken Daphne's confession about her family's pressure and twisted it into an attack. And Daphne had done the same with Elara's admissions about perfectionism. I think, Theodore continued, his voice quieter but no less intense, you're both scared. Scared that the connection you rebuilt last night was real, and scared of what that means. So you're attacking each other to create distance again, because distance is safer than vulnerability. You don't know what you're talking about, Daphne said, but her voice lacked conviction. Don't I? I spent last night reading about people making choices out of fear, people destroying relationships because maintaining them was harder than letting them die. Regulus Black, terrified and alone, unable to talk to anyone about his doubts until it was too late. My father, choosing power over principle because he was afraid of being weak. History is full of people who let fear win. He looked between them. Last night, you both chose courage. This morning, you're choosing fear. And honestly, I expected better from both of you. Theodore walked away, heading toward the back of the pub, leaving silence in his wake. Ilara felt tears prickling at her eyes, the first tears in 3 years, threatening to break through her careful control. She stood abruptly, needing to escape, and nearly knocked over Oliver in her haste. "Whoa, easy," he started, but she pushed past him, heading for the stairs. She made it to the second floor before the tears actually came, hot and furious and embarrassing. She ducked into the small sitting room Madame Rosmerta had shown them last night, empty now, and sank onto an old sofa. The tears came harder than she'd expected, 3 years of careful suppression demanding their due. She cried for the fight with Daphne, for the lost years of friendship, for the pressure she'd put on herself, for the fear that Theodore was right, that she measured her worth by achievements because she was terrified of being ordinary. She cried for the tiger in the cage, pacing endlessly, never free. "I thought I might find you here." Ilara looked up to find Madame Rosmerta in the doorway, holding 2 cups of tea. The publican crossed the room and settled beside her on the sofa, offering 1 cup. "I'm sorry," Ilara said, wiping at her face with her sleeve. "I'm being ridiculous." "You're being human," Madame Rosmerta corrected gently. Perfectly normal response to stress, confinement, and emotional vulnerability. "Drink your tea." The tea was sweet and warm, with a hint of something soothing. Chamomile, maybe, or lavender. Ilara sipped it gratefully, feeling her breathing gradually steady. "I hurt her," she said, finally. "Daphne, we were finally talking again, and I hurt her." "Yes," Madame Rosmerta agreed, not sugarcoating it. "You did, and she hurt you. That's what happens sometimes when people care deeply and fear greatly. The caring makes the fear sharper, and the fear makes the words crueler." Theodore said we were choosing fear over courage. Theodore not is wiser than his years suggest. Comes from growing up in a complicated family. You learn to see patterns others miss. She paused, studying Ilara over her teacup. "Can I tell you something my great-great-aunt Cordelia used to say?" Ilara nodded. "She said that the hardest magic isn't in wands or potions or ancient spells. The hardest magic is in being honest about who you are and what you fear. Because once you're honest, you can't hide anymore. You have to act on that honesty, make choices based on it, and that's terrifying." "I don't know who I am," Ilara admitted, her voice barely a whisper. "Without the studying, the perfectionism, the constant striving, I don't know what's left." "Then maybe it's time to find out," Madame Rosmerta said gently. "Not by stripping away everything at once, but by asking yourself, what would I do if no one was watching? What would I choose if failure didn't matter? What makes me feel alive rather than accomplished? I don't know. That's all right. You're 15. You're not supposed to have all the answers, but you're supposed to start asking the questions." They sat in comfortable silence for a while, drinking tea, listening to the storm rage outside. Eventually, footsteps on the stairs announced another visitor. Daphne appeared in the doorway, looking as wretched as Ilara felt. Her eyes were red, her usual composure completely shattered. "I'll leave you two to talk," Madame Rosmerta said, standing smoothly. "But remember, storms pass. It's what you build. Afterward, that matters." She left, closing the door behind her with a soft click. Daphne and Ilara looked at each other across the small room, years of hurt and love and complication hanging between them. "I'm sorry," they said simultaneously, Then both made sounds that were half laugh, half sob. "You first," Daphne said. "No, you." "Together then." Daphne crossed the room and sat on the sofa, leaving a careful distance between them. "I'm sorry for attacking you, for using what you shared against you. That was cruel and beneath me and exactly the kind of person I don't want to be." "I'm sorry too," Ilara said, "for the blood purity comment, for judging you, for all of it. Theodore was right. I was scared. Scared that if we're actually friends again, I might have to admit how much I missed you. How much I need people in my life who aren't just study partners or people I help, but who actually know me." "I missed you too," Daphne said quietly. "Every day for 3 years. And this morning, when things were getting comfortable between us again, I panicked. Because caring about you means risking my family's disapproval all over again. And last time, I chose them. I was terrified I'd do it again, so I tried to push you away first." "We're both idiots," Ilara said. "Completely," Daphne agreed. They sat in silence for a moment. Then Daphne asked, "Was I right about the superiority thing?" Ilara wanted to deny it, but Madame Rosmerta's words about honesty echoed in her mind. "Maybe. A bit. I think I've used academic success as armor. If I'm the smartest, the most accomplished, then I matter. I have worth. And that means sometimes I look at people who aren't as naturally academic and feel, I don't know. Superior isn't quite right, but distant. Like we're in different categories." "That must be lonely," Daphne said. "It is," Ilara admitted, surprised by the observation. "Really lonely." "I'm lonely too," Daphne confessed. "For different reasons. Being the perfect Slytherin means I'm never really myself with anyone. Always performing, always aware of how I'm perceived. The only time I was completely real was with you, back in first year, and I gave that up for family approval." "Was I right?" Ilara asked. "About you coasting?" "Yes and no," Daphne said thoughtfully. "I don't coast academically. I work hard, just not obsessively. But I do coast emotionally. It's easier to maintain surface-level friendships than risk real connection. Easier to follow family expectations than forge my own path. That's lazy in a different way." "We're both works in progress," Ilara said. "Aren't we all?" Daphne smiled slightly. "Though I think storms like this, both kinds, force progress. Hard to hide from yourself when you're trapped in a pub with nowhere to run." "Is that what you were doing? Running?" "Yes, and I'm tired of running." Daphne took a breath. "So here's my truth. I want my friend back. The real friendship, not the careful distance. And I know that means standing up to my family, and I'm scared of that. But I'm more scared of living my whole life as a coward. Here's mine," Ilara said. "I want to figure out who I am beyond my achievements, and I want help doing that. I want friends who challenge me, who see through my armor, who make me think about things besides studying. I want to be a person, not just a student." "I can help with that," Daphne said. "If you can help me be brave." "Deal." They clasped hands, and this time the connection held, not fragile or tentative, but solid, real. A knock on the door interrupted the moment. Astoria poked her head in, looking relieved to find them together. "Thank Merlin. Everyone downstairs thought you'd killed each other. Theodore's been guilt-spiraling about whether his speech made things worse." "Tell him it made things better," Daphne said. "We needed the wake-up call." "Come down when you're ready," Astoria said. "The atmosphere's still tense, but at least people have stopped actively fighting." Madame Rosmerta organized some group activities to burn off energy. Currently, there's a very competitive game of charades happening. After Astoria left, Elara and Daphne remained on the sofa for a few more minutes, neither quite ready to return to the chaos below. "I read something last night," Elara said, "in Cordelia's ledgers, about Regulus Black, about him trying to walk away from darkness. She told him that the only way out is through, and that courage means different things to different people. For him, it meant dying," Daphne said quietly. "For us, maybe it means living, but really living, honestly, authentically, as ourselves, not as what our families want, or what our houses expect, or what we think we should be." "That's terrifying," Daphne said. "Yes," Elara agreed, "but maybe the best things are." They stood together, wiping away the last evidence of tears, and headed back downstairs. The storm outside continued, but the storm inside, at least the one between them, had broken. What came next would be complicated. There would be difficult conversations with families, challenging moments with housemates, constant small choices about courage versus comfort. But they would face it together, and that made all the difference. The hardest magic was being honest about who you are and what you fear. They were learning that magic now, one painful, necessary step at a time. The afternoon transformed the three broomsticks in ways no one had anticipated. After the morning's tensions and subsequent reconciliations, something shifted in the collective atmosphere, as if the storm that had erupted between Elara and Daphne had somehow lanced a deeper pressure building in everyone. Madame Rosmerta's organized activities helped. The charades game Astoria had mentioned evolved into an elaborate inter-house competition, with seventh years acting as team captains and younger students shouting increasingly absurd guesses. Even the sullen Slytherins, who'd monopolized the fireplace earlier, found themselves drawn in, laughing despite their determination to remain aloof. Elara and Daphne returned to find their friends waiting, not with judgment, but with relief. Oliver immediately pulled them both into an enthusiastic hug that left them breathless and laughing. "Thank Merlin," he said. "Thought we'd have to build a wall down the middle of the pub and enforce a demilitarized zone." "We're okay," Elara assured him. "Actually okay, not just pretending." "Good," Parvati said, squeezing Elara's hand. "Because I wasn't sure whose side to take, and that would have been terrible for me." Marcus, practical as ever, simply nodded. "Glad you sorted it. Now come help us with this. Theodore's trying to organize something and needs all the fifth years involved." They found Theodore near the center of the room, along with Astoria, Margot, and several other students from their midnight exploration. He looked tired but determined, and when he saw Elara and Daphne approach together, visible relief crossed his features. "You're all right." "We're all right," Daphne confirmed. "Thank you for what you said. It was exactly what we needed to hear, even if we didn't want to hear it." "Good," Theodore said simply, then gestured to the group gathering around him. "Because I had an idea, and I need help making it work." "What kind of idea?" Elara asked. "The kind Cordelia would approve of." His expression was almost shy. "Last night, we found all those ledgers, all that history, and I was thinking, we're living through history right now. Not big history like wars or famous events, but small history. The kind Cordelia recorded, the kind that shows what people are really like when circumstances strip away the usual pretenses. And Astoria prompted, clearly already knowing where this was going. And I thought we should record it, create our own ledger of this experience, not just what happened, but what it meant, how it felt, what we learned. He pulled out a leather-bound journal, new but similar in size to Cordelia's ledgers. Madame Rosmerta gave me this, said Cordelia would have wanted the tradition to continue. Margot smiled. That's brilliant, a record for future students who get trapped here during storms. More than that, Theodore said, a record for ourselves, so we don't forget what happened here, who we were when the walls came down. Evidence that we tried to be honest, to be better than our worst impulses. Who writes in it? Dennis asked. Everyone who wants to, Theodore said. We pass it around. Each person adds their perspective. Short entries, long entries, whatever feels true. No editing other people's words, no judgment about what someone chooses to share. Just honesty, the kind Cordelia valued. Ilara felt something settle in her chest. Purpose, maybe, or meaning. I'll write something. Me too, Daphne said immediately. Others chimed in with agreement. The journal began its circuit, starting with Theodore, who bent over it with careful concentration. When he finished, he passed it to Astoria, who read what he'd written before adding her own entry. It moved through the group slowly, each person taking their time. Some wrote only a few lines, others filled entire pages. When it reached Ilara, she found herself reading the entries that came before, touched by their vulnerability. Theodore had written about cages, both literal and metaphorical, and about choosing to find the door rather than accepting the bars as permanent. Astoria wrote about watching her sister choose courage and being inspired to do the same. Margot recorded her grandmother's wisdom about storms revealing character. Dennis noted the strange magic in the air and his theory that emotional honesty somehow resonated with magical energy, creating feedback loops of authenticity. When Ilara put quill to parchment, the words came easier than expected. I came to Hogsmeade yesterday thinking I knew who I was, a Ravenclaw, a perfect student, someone who had everything figured out. The storm trapped me here and stripped that certainty away. I fought with my friend, cried for the first time in 3 years, and discovered that I've been living in a cage of my own making, built from other people's expectations and my own fear of being ordinary. But I also learned that I'm not alone in that cage, that everyone here is struggling with their own version of the same question. Who am I when no one's watching? Who do I want to be when I'm finally brave enough to choose? I don't have answers yet, but for the first time in years, I'm asking the right questions. And I have friends, real friends, the kind who see through armor and love you anyway, to help me find those answers. The storm outside is still raging. The storm inside is finally beginning to clear. She passed the journal to Daphne, who read Ilara's entry before starting her own. When she finished, she showed it to Ilara before passing it on. 3 years ago, I chose comfort over courage and lost someone who mattered. Today, I chose courage over comfort and found her again. My family will be furious. My house will question my judgment. And I'm terrified of what comes next. But I'm more terrified of looking back at my life and seeing nothing but careful choices, safe decisions, moments when I could have been brave and chose to be small instead. Ilara wrote that everyone here is in their own cage. She's right, but she's also the key to mine. Having one person who expects better from you, who sees who you could be and refuses to let you settle for less. That changes everything. I don't know if I'll have the strength to keep choosing courage when we leave here, but I know I'll have help trying. And maybe that's enough. The journal continued its rounds. By the time it had passed through 30 students, the afternoon light, what little penetrated the storm, had begun to fade toward evening. More people joined the project, drawn by curiosity or the desire to contribute to something meaningful. Oliver wrote about the unexpected gift of being forced to slow down, to be present rather than rushing toward the next thing. Parvati recorded her observation that the houses felt less important here, that maybe the sorting hats divisions served a purpose at school, but didn't need to define them completely. Marcus, in his blunt Yorkshire way, simply noted, weather brings out truth. In people, same as in land. Storm shows what's really there underneath. Even some younger students added their voices. Emily Higgs, the second-year Slytherin, wrote about being scared, but then seeing older students be scared too, and how that made her feel less alone. A third-year Gryffindor named Colin recorded his realization that bravery wasn't about never being afraid, but about acting despite fear. As the journal filled, something else began happening. Small groups started forming across house lines, not for any organized activity, but simply to talk. Students who would never have interacted at Hogwarts found themselves in conversation about family pressure, academic stress, social expectations, the constant effort of maintaining appearances. Elara found herself part of one such group, an odd mix of 5th and 6th years from all 4 houses, gathered near the windows where the storm continued its assault. Someone asked about OWL's preparation, which led to discussion of study techniques, which somehow evolved into deeper conversation about why they were all so desperate to excel. My parents expect nothing less than outstanding in everything, a Ravenclaw boy admitted, not because they're cruel, but because they genuinely believe I'm capable of it. And maybe I am. But the pressure makes you wonder if you're studying because you want to learn or because you're terrified of disappointing them. Elara finished. I understand that. My family doesn't care about grades, a Gryffindor girl said. They care about reputation, about maintaining the family name. So I have to be brave and bold and perfect all the time, because that's what Gryffindors are supposed to be. Except I'm not naturally brave. I have to work at it, and it's exhausting. At least you lot have families that care, a Hufflepuff boy said quietly. Mine barely remember to write. I'm the youngest of 6, and by the time I came along, they were tired of the whole parenting thing. So I don't have pressure, but I also don't have support, just indifference. The conversation rippled outward, touching on loneliness, fear, the weight of expectations, the pain of indifference. And somehow, in the sharing, the burdens felt lighter, not gone, but distributed across more shoulders, made bearable by acknowledgement. Daphne appeared at Elara's elbow, slipping naturally into the group. No one questioned it, despite houses and social hierarchies, and all the reasons it should have been remarkable. The storm had suspended those rules, created a temporary space where authenticity mattered more than tradition. You know what's strange? Daphne said during a lull in conversation. Yesterday morning, the thought of spending 24 hours trapped here with all of you would have been my nightmare. Different houses, different years, forced proximity with no privacy or control. But now it feels like maybe we needed this, Astoria finished, having joined the group with Theodore. Needed to be forced out of our comfortable patterns and made to actually see each other. The storm was a gift, Theodore said, and when several people looked at him skeptically, he clarified, not a comfortable gift, not one we would have chosen, but a gift nonetheless. It showed us what we're capable of when we stop hiding. Very Slytherin of you, Oliver teased gently, finding the advantage in adversity. Very human of all of us, Theodore corrected, learning and growing because circumstances demanded it. As evening approached, their second in the 3 broomsticks, someone noticed something that made them call out in excitement. Look, the snow's slowing. Everyone rushed to the windows. It was true. The storm that had raged for nearly 30 hours was finally, gradually beginning to ease. The snow still fell, but lighter now, no longer the impenetrable curtain that had trapped them. The wind had dropped from a howl to a moan, then to merely a strong breeze. The worst has passed, Madame Rosmerta announced, coming to stand beside them. I've checked with the castle via Flue. The groundskeepers will begin clearing the path shortly. You should be able to return by tomorrow morning. The news was met with mixed reactions. Relief, certainly. Beds and privacy and familiar routines called to them all. But also something that might have been disappointment. As difficult as confinement had been, it had also been transformative. Leaving meant returning to normal life, to house divisions and social expectations and all the careful masks they'd learned to wear. We should do something, Margot said suddenly. Mark the moment somehow. We can't leave without acknowledging what happened here. The journal's our record, Theodore pointed out. I mean something together, all of us. Something that shows we were here, that we chose each other even when we didn't have to. Callum, the Gryffindor prefect, spoke up. What about magic? Create something collaborative, something that requires all 4 houses working together. The idea caught fire quickly. Suggestions flew, enchantments, illusions, lasting charms. Finally, they settled on something simple but meaningful, a collective constellation on the ceiling, similar to the Great Hall's enchantment, but more personal. It required teamwork, Ravenclaws calculating positions, Gryffindors providing raw magical energy, Hufflepuffs ensuring everyone was included, Slytherins coordinating the efforts into cohesive design. Older students taught, younger ones the necessary charms. House rivals worked side by side, wands raised, magic flowing together. The result was imperfect but beautiful. Stars appearing on the ceiling, connected by lines of light that formed not traditional constellations, but new patterns. Each student added their own star, their own touch of magic. The lines connected them all, showing relationships built over these 2 days. Friendships formed, understanding reached, bridges constructed across old divides. When the last star was placed, they stood together in the light of their creation, and for a moment, no one spoke. The magic glowed above them, gentle and warm, proof of what they could accomplish together. It's temporary, Dennis noted, studying the spell work. It'll fade in a few weeks. That's all right, Elara said. We'll remember. That's the point. Not to have something permanent, but to remember that we did this, that we could do this. Madame Rosmerta watched from the bar, and when they looked to her, she was smiling. Cordelia would have loved this. absolutely loved it. And I'll make sure to record it in my own ledger. So when you lot are old and telling your children about the great blizzard of '96, there's proof you weren't just embellishing. Dinner that evening felt celebratory, despite being similar to the previous night's meal. The soup tasted better, the conversation flowed easier, the laughter came more naturally. Students who'd barely spoken yesterday traded stories like old friends. House tables dissolved completely. People sat where they wanted, with whom they wanted, and it felt right. As the evening wore into night, with their constellation glowing overhead and the storm finally breaking outside, Ilara looked around the three broomsticks and felt profound gratitude for the storm that had trapped them, for the discomfort that had forced growth, for the moments of conflict that had led to deeper understanding. She caught Daphne's eye across the room and smiled. Daphne smiled back, genuine, warm, unguarded. The girl she remembered from first year, finally allowed to exist again. Tomorrow they would return to Hogwarts. The houses would reassert themselves, social hierarchies would rebuild, and the ordinary pressures of school life would resume. But something fundamental had changed. They had changed. The storm was clearing, both storms, and in the clearing, they could finally see the path forward. Dawn broke clear and cold over Hogsmeade, the storm's fury finally spent. Ilara woke to unfamiliar brightness, actual sunlight streaming through the windows of the three broomsticks for the first time in 2 days. The light felt almost aggressive after so much grey, painting everything in sharp relief. Around her, students stirred gradually, blinking against the brightness, processing the absence of howling wind. The silence itself was remarkable. No storm, no chaos, just the gentle sounds of people waking and the distant clink of dishes from the kitchen where Madame Rosmerta was already preparing breakfast. "It stopped," Parvati murmured, sitting up and rubbing her eyes. "I'd almost forgotten what quiet sounded like." Marcus was already at the window, looking out over Hogsmeade. "Bloody hell. Must be 3 feet of snow out there. Maybe more. The whole village is buried." Students crowded toward the windows, pressing close to see the transformation. The storm had remade Hogsmeade completely. Every building was half swallowed by white, every street invisible beneath smooth drifts. The snow sparkled in the morning sun like scattered diamonds, beautiful and utterly impassable. "How are we supposed to get back to the castle through that?" a third-year Hufflepuff asked, voice tinged with worry. "Magic, presumably," Oliver said, stretching with a groan. "Unless they expect us to tunnel." As if summoned by the question, the Floo network in Madame Rosmerta's private quarters flared green, and Professor McGonagall's voice rang out clearly enough to be heard throughout the pub. "Madame Rosmerta, the path clearing has begun. We should have a route to the castle established within 2 hours. Please inform the students to prepare for departure and ensure everyone is accounted for." "Of course, Professor," Madame Rosmerta called back. "We're all safe and sound. Remarkably well behaved, actually." There was a pause. Then McGonagall's voice carried a hint of surprise. "Indeed. Well, that's gratifying to hear. We'll send word when the path is clear." The Floo connection closed, and Madame Rosmerta appeared from the back room, looking around at her temporary charges with something like fondness. "Right then, dears. You heard the Professor. 2 hours until you can return home. Let's make the most of them. Breakfast first, Then pack up your things, and someone should volunteer to help vanish these transfigurations. Can't leave my pub looking like a dormitory. Breakfast was a subdued affair, everyone processing the impending return to normalcy. The journal Theodore had started still sat on a table near the fireplace, and students continued adding final entries as they ate. Last thoughts, reflections on the experience, promises to remember. When it reached Elara again, she found it had nearly doubled in size, pages upon pages of handwriting, different styles and voices, all recording their truth. She added one final entry beneath her earlier words. Morning of the third day. The storm has passed, and we're going home. I should be relieved, eager for my own bed, my books, the structured comfort of normal routine. And part of me is. But a larger part feels something unexpected, reluctance. These 2 days changed something fundamental, not just in my friendships, though Daphne and I have rebuilt what we lost, and that alone would make this worthwhile, but in how I see the world, how I see myself. I came here measuring my worth in achievements. I'm leaving measuring it in connections, in honesty, in the courage to be imperfect. I came here certain I knew who I was. I'm leaving knowing I have so much left to discover. The hardest part will be maintaining this clarity when we return. The houses will separate us again. The pressures will reassert themselves. It would be easy to fall back into old patterns, to let this become just a story we tell. Remember that blizzard? Wasn't that wild? Without letting it actually change us. So here's my promise, written where I can't take it back. I will not forget. I will not let fear win. I will keep asking the hard questions about who I am and who I want to be. And I will be grateful, always, for the storm that forced me to start. She passed the journal to Daphne, who read the entry and then wrote her own final edition. When she finished, she showed it to Elara. My sister once told me that the best moments in life are the ones you can't plan for. She was right. I spent 3 years planning. Careful words, calculated friendships, strategic choices designed to keep me safe and approved of. And all that planning left me hollow, performing a role rather than living a life. These 2 days were gloriously unplanned, chaotic, uncomfortable, real, and they reminded me that safety isn't the same as happiness, that approval isn't the same as love, that the version of me my family wants isn't the version I want to be. Going back means facing consequences. My parents will hear about renewed friendships with inappropriate people. They'll notice changes in my behavior, questions I ask, choices I make. There will be confrontations, disappointments, pressure to return to the daughter they expect. But I've tasted authenticity now. I've felt what it's like to be truly myself, to be seen and accepted without pretense. I can't unfeel that, won't unfeel that. So here's my truth. I'm done being a coward. Whatever comes next, I face it honestly. And I don't face it alone. I have my sister, my friends, my own stubborn determination to be better than my fear. Thank you to everyone who shared their stories here. You gave me courage when mine faltered. You showed me that change is possible, that we're not trapped by our past or our families or our own worst decisions. The storm forced us together. What we built here, we chose that. And I choose to keep building. After breakfast, the work of restoration began. 7th years supervised the vanishing of transfigured furniture, returning cushions to their original forms as bar stools and decorative pillows. Younger students helped straighten the space, returning tables and chairs to their proper positions. Within an hour, the 3 broomsticks looked remarkably like itself again. No evidence remaining of the makeshift dormitory it had been, except for the constellation on the ceiling. That remained, glowing softly in the morning light, proof of their collaboration. "It really is beautiful," Cressida said, gazing up at it, "even knowing it's temporary." "Especially because it's temporary," Theodore corrected. "Permanence would make it a monument. This way, it's a memory, more precious because it won't last." "Very philosophical for someone who hasn't had enough sleep," Astoria teased her friend gently. "Exhaustion makes philosophers of us all," he replied with a slight smile. Word came through the flue that the path was nearly clear. Students began gathering their belongings, double-checking for forgotten items, preparing for departure. The energy shifted from the intimacy of confinement to the anticipation of return. Not quite relief, not quite regret, but something complicated between the two. Madame Rosmerta moved through the pub, speaking briefly with various students, offering words of encouragement or wisdom. When she reached Ilara and Daphne, standing together near the fireplace, she smiled warmly. "You two," she said. "I'm glad you found each other again. The world needs more friendships that survive difficulty." "Thank you," Ilara said. "For everything. For keeping us safe. For the stories. For the journal. For reminding us what matters," Daphne finished. "That's what pubs are for, dears. Safe spaces for truth-telling." Cordelia understood that, and so do I. She pressed something into each of their hands, small glass vials containing what looked like liquid light. A bit of bottled sunshine, charmed to hold warmth. For when you need reminding that storms pass and light returns. Before either could respond, Professor McGonagall's voice called through the flue again. "Madame Rosmerta, the path is clear. We're ready to receive the students." "Right then," Madame Rosmerta raised her voice to address the entire pub. "Time to head home, all of you. Form up by year, prefects lead the way. And do be careful on the path. It's clear, but still slippery." The exodus began in organized waves. First and second years went first, bundled in cloaks and scarves, chattering excitedly about their adventure. Third and fourth years followed, then fifth years and up. Ilara found herself in a group with her original friends, Oliver, Parvati, Marcus, but also with Daphne, Theodore, Astoria, and Margot. The divisions that would have seemed strange 3 days ago now felt natural. They stepped out into brilliant morning sunshine and breathtaking cold. The temperature had dropped significantly, turning yesterday's storm into today's frozen landscape. The path the groundskeepers had cleared cut through snow that reached well above their knees on either side, a narrow channel through white wilderness. "It's like walking through a canyon," Parvati breathed, looking up at the walls of snow flanking them. "A very cold canyon," Marcus added, pulling his Hufflepuff scarf tighter. The walk to Hogwarts normally took 15 minutes. Today, navigating the cleared path with care, it would take closer to 30. They moved in a loose group, conversation flowing easily between topics. The storm, classes they'd missed, homework that would be waiting, speculation about whether professors would show mercy given the circumstances. "Snape won't care," someone said confidently. "We'll still have double potions Monday, and he'll still expect perfect essays." "McGonagall might give us an extra day," another student suggested. "She's strict but fair." Ilara found herself walking beside Daphne, their shoulders occasionally bumping in the narrow path. Neither pulled away. Behind them, Oliver was regaling Marcus and Theodore with an increasingly embellished version of events, adding dramatic flourishes that made the storm sound like something from legend. And then, he was saying, when the winds reached hurricane force, Madame Rosmerta single-handedly reinforced every ward in the building while simultaneously preventing panic among 50 students. There were 83 students, Astoria corrected dryly. Details, Oliver waved dismissively. The point is, it was epic. We survived the blizzard of '96. We're basically heroes. We sat in a warm pub and ate soup, Theodore pointed out. Heroically sat, heroically ate soup. Despite the cold, despite the exhaustion, despite everything, Ilara found herself laughing, real laughter, the kind that came from genuine joy rather than politeness or obligation. When was the last time she'd laughed like this? Truly laughed, without calculating whether it was appropriate or measuring whether she was wasting time that could be spent studying. Daphne caught her eye, clearly thinking similar thoughts, and smiled. You have a nice laugh. I'd forgotten that. I'd forgotten I had one, Ilara admitted. They walked in comfortable silence for a while, listening to the crunch of snow beneath their feet, the chatter of other students, the occasional call from prefects to watch for icy patches. The castle grew larger ahead of them, its turrets sparkling with frost, welcoming and familiar. It's going to be hard, Daphne said quietly. Keeping this, maintaining what we found in there when we're back in our separate common rooms, surrounded by people who weren't part of it. Yes, Ilara agreed. But we knew that going in, didn't we? The real test isn't finding courage for 2 days during a storm. It's finding it every day after, when things are normal and comfortable, and all the old pressures return. My parents will be furious when they hear I've been associating inappropriately again. My mother will be horrified I missed 2 days of studying. So we'll both disappoint our families, Daphne said. Together. Together, Ilara confirmed, and the word felt like a vow. Ahead of them, the first group of students was reaching Hogwarts' main entrance. Professor McGonagall stood there, wrapped in tartan robes, looking stern but relieved. As each student passed, she checked them off a list, occasionally asking quick questions to ensure everyone was well. When Ilara's group reached the entrance, McGonagall's sharp eyes swept over them, noting the mixed houses, the easy camaraderie. Miss Whitmore, Miss Greengrass, I trust you found your unexpected accommodation educational? There was something in her tone, not quite approval, but perhaps understanding. McGonagall had lived through wars, had seen what crisis revealed about character. She knew the value of forced proximity and uncomfortable growth. Very educational, Professor, Ilara said. Indeed. McGonagall's lips twitched in what might have been a smile. I look forward to your essays on the experience. Transfiguration homework. 2 feet on how environmental stresses affect magical performance. Due Friday. Groans rippled through the group, but they were good-natured. McGonagall was being McGonagall, which meant the world was returning to normal. Sort of. Inside the castle, warmth enveloped them immediately. House elves had been busy. Fires roared in every grate, the floors gleamed. The suits of armor had been polished until they shone. It was as if Hogwarts itself was welcoming them home, celebrating their survival. But as students began naturally drifting toward their respective common rooms, the reality of separation hit. Gryffindors headed for their tower, Slytherins toward the dungeons, Hufflepuffs to their basement entrance, Ravenclaws to their tower. The unity of the three broomsticks was already fragmenting, pulled apart by architecture and tradition. "Wait," Margot said suddenly, her voice carrying enough that the group paused. "Before we split up, we should make a plan. To not let this die. To actually maintain what we built." "How?" a six-year Ravenclaw asked, practically. "We have different schedules, different common rooms, different everything." "We make time," Theodore said firmly. "Once a week, maybe. Meet somewhere neutral. The library, or that alcove on the 5th floor near the Charms classroom. Not for any particular purpose, just to check in. Stay connected. Remember." "I'm in," Daphne said immediately. "Me too," Elara added. Others chimed in agreement. Not everyone from the three broomsticks, but enough. A core group committed to maintaining the connections, to not letting old barriers rebuild completely. "Wednesdays," Astoria suggested. "After dinner, the alcove Theodore mentioned. Just show up if you want. No pressure, no obligations, just an option." They agreed, though everyone knew it would be harder than it sounded. Schedules would conflict, house loyalties would pull, the comfortable patterns of separation would reassert themselves. But the intention mattered, the trying mattered. Finally, inevitably, they began actually separating. Hugs were exchanged, awkward at first, then genuine. Promises to write, to save seats in classes, to remember. The mixed group fractured into house-based clusters, each heading for their respective territories. Elara, Parvati, and Marcus climbed the stairs to Ravenclaw Tower in silence, exhausted from lack of sleep and emotional intensity. At the Eagle Knocker, they paused. "That was something," Marcus said finally, his Yorkshire understatement somehow perfect. "It was everything," Parvati corrected softly. The knocker posed its riddle, something about keys and locks and what opens doors without either. And Elara answered automatically, "Wisdom." But as they entered the common room, she thought about the real answer. What opened doors without keys or locks? Courage, honesty, connection. The common room was full of Ravenclaws who hadn't gone to Hogsmeade, eager for stories about the Great Blizzard. As Elara fielded questions, she found herself editing carefully, not lying, but protecting the privacy of what had happened in the three broomsticks. Some experiences were too precious to turn into gossip, too meaningful to reduce to entertaining anecdotes. Later, alone in her dormitory with her notes and books and carefully scheduled life waiting to reclaim her, Elara pulled out the glass vial Madame Rosmerta had given her. The liquid light inside swirled gently, emanating warmth even through the glass. She set it on her bedside table where she could see it, a reminder that storms pass, that light returns, that she'd chosen to be more than just grades and achievements and other people's expectations. Her transfiguration notes sat on her desk, 2 days' worth of classes missed. Her mother's letter lay in her bag, still demanding those 5 outstandings, still mapping out Elara's life without asking what she wanted. The familiar pressure began building. Catch up, study harder, be perfect, be enough. But this time, she recognized it for what it was. The cage, reasserting itself. The tiger's bars, reforming. Elara took a breath, picked up a quill, and began writing. Not notes, not essays, but a letter. To her mother. Honest, difficult, necessary. Dear Mum, I need to tell you something important. Outside her window, the sun shone brilliantly on new snow. The storm had passed, leaving everything transformed. The landscape remade, the paths redrawn, the world looking different than it had before. Inside Hogwarts, 83 students carried memories of 2 days when houses didn't matter, when storms stripped away pretense, when they'd chosen to be honest and found it hadn't destroyed them. The work of maintaining that honesty, of living with integrity in the face of old pressures, that work was just beginning. But they'd learned something essential in the 3 broomsticks, something Cordelia had known and recorded for generations. The hardest magic was being honest about who you are and what you fear. And once you've tasted that magic, once you've felt what it's like to be truly seen and accepted, you can never quite go back to hiding. The storm had cleared, both storms, and in the clearing, finally, Ilara could see herself. Not perfect, not what everyone wanted her to be, but real, honest, brave enough to start asking the right questions, surrounded by friends brave enough to ask alongside her. Outside, the pristine snow sparkled in the sunshine. Inside, a girl began the difficult, essential work of building a life that felt like her own. The blizzard was over. The real journey was just beginning. And this time, she wouldn't walk it alone. In the 3 broomsticks, a constellation still glowed on the ceiling, temporary but beautiful. In students' hearts, promises were being tested against returning pressures. And in Hogsmeade's history, Madame Rosmerta would record in her own ledger, Winter 96, 83 students, 1 storm, countless small courages. Cordelia would have approved. Some moments change everything, not with thunder and drama, but with quiet recognition that we are not our houses, not our family's expectations, not our fears. We are our choices, made daily, in the face of everything that would make choosing easier than being. The butterbeer had gone cold. The blizzard had passed. But the warmth they'd found in each other, that would last as long as they had courage to maintain it. And in the end, perhaps that was enough.